Good morning, Council. Welcome to Monday. Sound familiar? We have a fairly full agenda today, and I have a request to add an item to the agenda, which I would like to do first before we approve the agenda. And this is an item with respect to the Red Deer Downtown Business Association and the appointment of new directors. So I'd like to add that to the agenda if we could get a motion to do that. Councillor Barnstable, thank you very much. Councillor Brisbois, thank you. Any questions, comments on that? Councillor Curtis will have to vote by hand. You got it now? Okay. And please vote now. Thank you. Councillor Cron's in favor. Councillor Curtis is in favor. Who's missing? Oh, Councillor Goodwin, did you vote? Yeah, okay. Sorry, it wasn't showing up on this side of the system. So it's a long journey between you and over here. Thank you very much. So with that, that's added to our agenda. And now I would look for a motion to go to closed. Councillor Brisbois, Councillor Goodwin, thank you very much. Are you okay, Alicia? Pardon? All in favor? Yeah. I just was making sure you had the right. And now, you'll let me know when we're back in open so I can indicate. Mhm. Sorry.
Your documents on your desk.
Yeah. Yeah. Please. Yeah. Put. Thank you very much. Welcome back, Council, and welcome to those who've joined us for our meeting this afternoon. Council will start with points of interest. Anyone have anything they'd want to report on? I'll jump in while I don't see any microphones lit up, but I will jump in and just highlight what an honor it was to be at the renaming of the Don Moore Recreation Centre last week. Council, in the past council, had the opportunity to hear, of course, why we might rename that facility the Don Moore Recreation Centre, and being part of the presentation and part of the celebrations surely hit home how important the work that he has done in our community, or he did in our community, is and was. After the presentation, I had a conversation with a citizen who was there who had served on the rec board in the past. And he made a comment to me about how Don Moore was a leader as a member of the public service in our community, and what a great opportunity it was for him in a leadership role within the public service sector to lead and present a vision for recreation and parks in our community. And it was a good reminder that we often think of philanthropists and others who donate and contribute to our community. But Don Moore contributed every day of his working life to our community in his leadership role and in the roles he fulfilled for city. So, for those of you who work in public service, don't think that what you do is not as important as anyone else in the community, because there's great opportunities to help shape and form the community that we all love. So I think that was a real highlight for me, is to see the impact he'd had, and having worked with him for a short time, see his leadership and the priorities he instilled in many still coming through within our Rec and Parks department. So anyone else have any? Councillor Baruma?
Mayor, I unfortunately was not able to be at that presentation, but I do remember Don, and I've worked with his family, and I know the spirit that was there. And it was also very telling with the people who suggested the renaming and their position in the community, but fully being behind that honor and that recognition. I wasn't there because I was up in Edmonton for a major announcement for our community, and that was the hosting of the 2027 World Junior Hockey Championships. Tourism Red Deer has been very much involved. Of course, it's a tremendous opportunity for Westerner Park as well for that. So glad to see that. We missed out on the opportunity during the COVID time, and I know that Red Deer will continue being a great host to the world. And I was also on Saturday able to present 5 individuals with our community with the King Charles II Medal on his coronation, and that was done to recognize individuals who have made tremendous contributions to our community. All of them were Scout and Cubs and Venturer leaders in the community. And that's a great program that provides lots of interests and skills, but it's just for building good, solid citizens. So it was an honor to recognize those individuals for their commitment to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burma, and thanks for representing Council at that King Charles Award event, medal event. Councillor Barnstable, please.
Thank you, Mayor Jeffries. I know there's other mics in the queue and others might have other items to say, so I'll just highlight one. The Remembrance Day service on Tuesday of this past week, being at Service Arena. I've been in that arena often as part of my other job, and I've never seen the arena with that many people in it. I really haven't. And what was most impressive to me was the many generations of both kids all the way up to elderly, and the sacrifices that were made many years ago were not being forgotten. You often wonder as generations grow and get older, what will Remembrance Day look like? And to see Service Arena packed to the brim to honor those that fought for our freedoms and understanding the importance of it, it was really amazing to see, and I wanted to share that. It was impactful just seeing the standing room only. And every year I've gone there, it feels like the attendance has grown a little bit more. So We might have to start coming up with an overflow section and another place where we can do that. So that's pretty cool to see, and understanding the sacrifices of those in the past. So that was a highlight for me for sure.
Thanks very much for reminding us of that event. Councillor Tweedle.
Thank you, Mayor. There was, over the last week, you had mentioned being there for the renaming of the rec center. It was very clear to me the amount of staff that were there that had worked with this man over the years. You can see the difference he made, and I've said to a few people that I strongly believe there's a difference between a boss and a leader. And it's clear that Don was a leader. And there were words that his one son said that stuck with me that I had to keep for myself, that his principles went everywhere with him. And I think that speaks to the legacy he left. On another front, not for council business, but the very next morning I was honored to be invited by a family to attend the Inclusion Alberta breakfast that was held at RDP. An incredible family that I got to know through schools, and the work that Inclusion Alberta does to promote stability and inclusion in education and jobs for people within the community cannot be understated. One other thing, which was less of a happy occasion, but on Thursday night I got to represent Mayor and Council at the Transgender Day of Remembrance ceremony. And it's something that I've attended for many years, but I think it's important to recognize the injustices that still exist, the increased levels of harm and danger that people face in our community, and that people within this province now feel an extra bit of unease about where they sit in this place. So I think it's very important that when we talk about our community and the community we want to be in, that we create a community that is a safe place for everyone. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I also got a chance to attend the Inclusion Alberta event, and it was absolutely fantastic. And I think it was one of their record-breaking fundraising days for what was achieved there. And then I got to attend the Youth HQ Business and Organization Strategic Planning. It was a lot of the business leader scope. So they talked earlier to users and funders and things like that. And then we got a chance to look at a 3-year plan. And I got to say, I learned so much about what that great organization does. Everything from the Boys and Girls Club to their, I'm drawing a blank now. However, they do cover off a lot of really, really great items. So it was a terrific event there.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cron.
So as deputy mayor for this past few weeks, I've got to go to a ton of events. I'll go through them quickly. I know I'll probably steal some off the mayor's that I got to attend the Remembrance Day service at the Cenotaph, and that was incredibly well attended as all the way back on Ross Street, and it was great, a great service to be there for that. All of council was with us at Alberta Municipalities, and Red Deer was very well represented, going to the mics to ask the ministers and the premier questions, and we had several meetings. I'll let you speak to some of those as well. As deputy mayor, I got to bring greetings to the Hindu Heritage Month celebration in the Chanel Auditorium, and that was great to do that. We had a new restaurant open up in town, the Blowers in Grafton. That I was there with Mayor and Councillor Bruma and Councillor Curtis, and Councillor Briswell was there as well. And then we went to the Dream Center Donor Appreciation Night, which was great to hear the testimonies that are going on there and the lives that are being changed at the Dream Center. Last Friday, I was at the Lions District C1 Convention, bringing greetings on behalf of council for all of the Lions that were there from Alberta, BC, and Northwest Territories. So great to be with them. That people were, this is a crazy story that I don't know if I should tell you, but that they may have had a medical incident, but they wanted to go to the convention more than they wanted to go to the hospital. So it's like they are committed. So, and then yesterday I got to attend Christ Corridors Church's 69th anniversary as a church in Red Deer. So that was pretty special to be there as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cron, and for all your deputy duties. There's one event that I should have mentioned when I jumped in off the hop, and that was Red Deer Polytechnic's Community Awards, and our own former Mayor Ken Johnson was given an award presented to him there. So worth celebrating, as well as Sigmund Brower and RBC for being a good corporate partner within the community. So congratulations to all of them. We'll leave any other events. It's definitely been a busy time, and move on to our agenda and the consent agenda. It's before us. 2 items on the consent agenda, confirmation of minutes from November the 10th and the rescheduling of the upcoming December 16th, time change on December 16th. Looking for a mover and a seconder when systems allow. Thank you, Councillor Tweedle and Councillor Brisbois. Any comments, questions? Thank you very much. Call the question. Thank you very much, Council. We're going to do the appointments first. Next item up was the item that we added to our agenda at the outset, which was the appointment of some new directors for the DBA board. We have that motion come up. There you see it, Council appointing 3 new members. Mover and a seconder. Thank you very much. Moved by Councillor Brisbois, seconded by Councillor Curtis. Appoints 3 new directors to the DBA board, and I'll call the question. Thank you. Thank you very much, Council. We'll move on just to finish off our discussion that happened in closed, the human resources matter, just to accept the reports that we received. And option A for the corporate record. No. Is it option A? No, that's this separate matter, isn't it? Okay.
That's okay.
Just.
The first time.
Right, you're right. Yeah, we're good. It is exactly what I was thinking of. So it was the first item, labor relations item that we discussed, Council. Mover and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Tweedle and Councillor Curtis. Call the question. All those. Thank you very much. We're moving right along, Council. Now, we have reports coming to us, and the first one is on downtown governance. There's actually no presentation, I don't think, but did you have comments to make, City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll turn you to page 12 of your agenda, and this is a information report on the governance of Red Deer's Greater Downtown, and felt it was important that we put some additional background information on the council agenda today because of the later DBA budget item that is coming before you, and figured council would have appreciated the opportunity to understand kind of the context of all of the things that are happening as it relates to the downtown and economic development in our community. There are a number of projects that were before council in 2025 and that are extending into this council term. The first being the ad hoc economic development group that is working to create the external economic development organization for the city of Red Deer. We then have the BIA levy budget, which is on your agenda following this item. You then have the bylaw that is been directed for council to have administration bring back in Q1 of 2026, which is a vote to disestablish the business improvement area. And then lastly, you have in the reports attached the Greater Downtown Community Collaboration Committee report as to how we look at governing the work in the downtown and how best to do all of those wonderful things that happen in our downtown community. So wanted to get council up to speed. We did bring in a number of staff to answer questions if you have. So we have Bobby Joe Stannard, that is our Safe and Healthy Communities Manager, that is here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, are there questions at this point? Councillor Bruce-Watt?
Thank you, Mayor. Curious on how much have the businesses been engaged in the capstone and the other areas in terms of a new governance model?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Brisebois, the conversation with the Greater Downtown Governance Committee included members from neighborhoods of Capstone, Rail Yards, Historic Downtown, as well as our business community and some members at large. So they were a part of that conversation that lasted approximately 6 months.
So, sorry, could you just, was it a survey that was done of all the members, or I know that there was membership on the committee, but I didn't get a sense of, was everybody that has a business there engaged in some sort of way and surveyed in some sort of way?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Brisebois, there was an opportunity for public engagement. So in June, once the recommendations were finalized, that conversation went out to the public. We had an evening where we invited community to come, and they had an opportunity to provide some feedback as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barnstable?
Thank you, Mayor Jeffries. More for information from our public. Can you explain, or can someone explain a little bit of the difference between what the work of the governance of the Red Deer Downtown, the governance committee is doing versus the works of the DBA? As these are two very separate items on our agenda, and I know that they do very different work, but they're both committees that are represented in the downtown. So if someone can speak to that, just to try and highlight the differences between the two of them.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor Jeffries, to Councillor Barnstable. The conversation included all of our partners, and so as we started out in November, I believe, of last year, we did a presentation, administration as well as the DBA, did a presentation to Council outlining some of the capacity issues as well as opportunities that we had to have a fulsome discussion about what downtown governance looks like. From that process, there was a committee, a community committee that was struck, and that was the committee I was just speaking to with the membership from all of the neighborhoods. And as well, there was bi-monthly meetings, I believe, with an internal group that included the Downtown Business Association in those conversations. So it was a separate process because Council requested it be a fulsome process that included community groups as well. And that's one of the major differences. The Downtown Business Association is focused more towards business, and this conversation included communities and not-for-profits as well.
So on that point, can you speak to maybe the collaboration between the two, or are their roles so separate that really there's not, I mean, obviously they've met and they've talked through a few pieces, but is there a lot of things they're collaborating on, or are their focus areas so different in the fact that they're traveling in different lanes?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor Jeffries, to Councillor Barnstable. The work of the community committee was to provide some recommendations to Council on how to move forward in downtown governance. That community committee's work was basically completed after the recommendations that came to Council in July. So that conversation then was, Council requested it to come back to Council with how we would operationalize some of those recommendations at the end of Q1 of 2026. Along those conversations, we've been having communication with the DBA and what it would look like, as well as the Downtown Business Association, as well as the Red Deer Chamber was included in the membership of the Downtown Community Committee as well. So it is not like there's two committees that are working parallel to each other. There was one committee that provided some recommendations moving forward, and we will bring back as administration what those recommendations look like operationalized at the Q1, and the Downtown Business Association is a key stakeholder in the downtown that was a part of the conversations.
Thank you for that answer. And my last question, I believe, would be more towards the city manager. And just talk in terms of arm's length, because we now have we have an MCC proposal moving forward, which is arm's length of our utilities. We have a governance committee of the downtown, which is arm's length from council, and then we also have a committee, economic development committee, which is arm's length council. So is that a new strategy that we're applying across the city just to involve more from our community to try and get more expertise in the room, or maybe just speak to the fact, because this is an arm's length committee, speak to the idea behind having these committees pop up and more on, I guess it's not an ad hoc basis, but on the arm's length way where how it helps guide us without us having to take on more of that role and really use the expertise in the room. So maybe you can speak to that.
Through the mayor, Councillor, you highlight one of the great benefits of involving community in decisions is they're able to provide those recommendations to council. MCC is different. It's a municipally controlled corporation, so we still own the corporation, and then there's a board of directors and there's shareholder agreements and all those pieces. When it comes to the ad hoc economic development committee, that was established by council in their community's bylaw. You have that tool available to you, and that is to create an arm's length economic development organization, of which that group is now transformed into a transition committee, and they're bringing back information on that to council. When it comes to the group for the downtown, greater downtown work, and to explore the governance, we took a little bit less formal than to create the ad hoc, and it was more organic and involving a lot of those community partners. So whether it was the Chamber, Capstone, the Downtown Business Association, the Historic Downtown, and bringing the group together to work and then have the group report to their recommendations to council. So you would have seen the chair of that committee at the podium presenting the information back, which is super important. And it is a shift from how we've done work in the past, and I hope it continues in the future as a way of bringing information back to council.
So as much as we've used the term arm's length for all three of those examples, they're all very different in a sense. Is that safe to say? Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. I do have a question of my own, council, and that is in the work of the governance committee on the greater downtown, was there discussion or contemplation or discussion with the DBA about their role within some of the work that you're going to outline in Q1 2026? How does that all fit together?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Jeffries. The conversation around the table was really about aspirational priorities. So it wasn't about necessarily tactics that happen in terms of who does activations in the downtown or what is the organization that runs the clean team. It was more about we would like to see a greater emphasis on tourism and providing opportunities for our city to come celebrate in the downtown. So the conversation was quite a bit more at that 30,000 foot level than the tactics level. Also, the conversation, we talked about who was doing what to begin with, just to orient the committee, because it is confusing about what is the business improvement area and what is the greater downtown, because right now the business improvement area only covers historic downtown, and we were talking about a much larger area as well. And so the conversation was that the DBA is definitely a stakeholder within the downtown, but the ultimate recommendation of the committee was that there be a larger group of people that are brought together that includes more than what currently is around the table at the Downtown Business Association.
Okay, thank you. And that'll flesh out a little more as you move to the report coming back to council in 2026.
Absolutely.
Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mayor Jeffries. I see that not-for-profits were part of were also involved in this, but I only see two listed. Are you able to provide names of other not-for-profits that were included in this?
Thank you for the question. Through Mayor Jeffries to the councillor. There was two spots on the actual committee that were citizens at large as well as not-for-profit community. So we had individuals that qualified in both of those areas. sitting on the committee, but also we had many not-for-profits that were attending the engagement sessions and were part of the larger conversation as well. And so I'm trying to think exactly who the one not-for-profit individual was. I can't think of the name off the top of my head. I can certainly get that to you. But they were part of that larger committee conversation because we know our social service agencies are a key component within the downtown.
Thank you. I was just also wondering, talks about collaboration between business sector and not-for-profits. What does that look like?
Thank you for the question through Mayor Jeffries to Councillor Curtis. The collaboration piece is part of what the membership of that downtown governance would look like, and we will be very happy to bring that back at the end of Q1 with that additional report. But everybody was sitting around the table together talking about what is best for the downtown.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other, Councillor Brisbois, sorry.
Sorry, just a really quick question. Would membership be optional, or is it going to be mandatory based on where you are?
Thank you for the question through you, Mayor Jeffries to Councillor Brisbois. I think that conversation will come back at the end of Q1. We're not presupposing a structure. There will be a recommendation, but that will be a conversation with council. And so membership or what that actual move forward looks like will be up for conversation at the end of Q1.
Thank you.
Don't see any other questions. Council, this report is before us for information. If you had a comment that you wanted to make, I'd entertain that now. Otherwise, we'll move along. All good? Seeing none, I'll move forward to our next item, which is the 2026 budget of the Downtown Business Association. And I believe there's a presentation. City Manager, did you have opening comments?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. While our special guests are coming to the podium, I'll begin with a bit of context. So each year, the Downtown Business Association's budget does come to council. One of the funding mechanisms of the Downtown Business Association is a business improvement area levy. The levy is on a specific area within our downtown, and you can see that outlined in the report prior. One of council's many roles in this is to approve the DBA budget, also to make any changes to the BIA boundary, including boundary adjustments. I'll come to you. And then also, as a city administration, we do all of the work for collecting the levy, as well as issuing invoices. And if there's non-payment, we also have to do that role as well. But as part of that presentation of the budget, we always have our Downtown Business Association come and present to council what they have on the slate for the year upcoming, and then whatever is approved then drives what the levy is that the city collects. In doing that presentation, we have Amanda Gould, Executive Director for the Downtown Business Association. We have Brandon Bouchard, President. And we have, or board chair, I'm not sure what you go by. And then we have Vice Chair Pete Swales as well with us today. So welcome, and over to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So today, in addition to presenting the 2026 budget as per the MGA Business Improvement Area requirements, we are going to review our progress and outline future plans for the downtown and the DBA, providing a little bit of context for our new council and a refresher for our returning ones. So basically, in addition to the budget details, we're also going to briefly recap on how we got to this point and discuss next steps. I am Amanda Gould, CEO of the Downtown Business Association, and I am joined by our long-term board member, Brandon Bouchard, who is the chair of the DBA. So next slide, please. We have who we are up there. Wonderful. So the Red Deer Downtown Business Association is the organization, as many of you know, dedicated to supporting and promoting and revitalizing the downtown within the footprint of the business improvement area, which contains approximately 350 or so businesses. We were established over 35 years ago now and formed under the MGA through a business petition and subsequent city bylaw to deliver on three objectives. And those were, number one, to improve, beautify and maintain property in the area. Number two, to develop, improve and maintain public parking. And number three, to promote the zone as a business or shopping area. With a relatively small budget, we tend to focus our efforts on promoting the zone as a business and shopping area. And we do that through events, activations, business collaborations, marketing initiatives, including our new 2025 gift card program. We are entirely funded by the business community through the levy, and we focus on representing the needs of our businesses, balanced with integrating revitalization best practices through advocacy, mainly at a municipal level and occasional provincial level too. We hold two city contracts, the environmental contract, which provides litter pickup and debris services within the business improvement area, and a needle debris mitigation contract, primarily in the rail yards area to combat the drug paraphernalia discarded in the area. It's a 7-day-a-week service, and we pride ourselves on being responsive to the community needs and respond to pickups generally within the hour. We have a super strong relationship with our friends at the municipality at all levels, especially with safe and healthy communities. We regularly partner with this department through enhanced programming, particularly for the summer and the winter with the Ross Street patio activity, the jewel in the downtown crown. The DBA always has had and always will strive for a very collaborative relationship with the municipality. Our advocacy efforts reflect the needs of our downtown business community and, the greater desire to create a thriving downtown for all members of the community to enjoy, which in turn drives the economic vitality and tax revenues for the municipality. Next slide, please. Could we have the next slide? Oh, there we go. Okay, no, sorry, the journey to today was right. I'm going to hand over to Brandon now to tell us a little bit about how we got here.
Thanks, Amanda. When the provincial government eliminated the requirement of any provincial buildings operating in a business improvement area to pay a grant in lieu equivalent to what a business would pay if operating in the same space, it reduced the DBA annual budget by around 40%. Already a lean operation, and this reduced the 3 full-time staff to 2 part-time staff and the elimination of a marketing position and a reduction in services. With the growing unhoused population, the opioid crisis, the housing crisis, the lack of permanent shelter services compounded with COVID, the DBA morphed to providing more support services to the business community far outside of the legislated purpose, but vital support. With the establishment of Capstone, much city funding was understandably funneled into this area to drive growth. Unfortunately, this led to further perceived dissatisfaction in the business improvement area as businesses felt somewhat abandoned and ignored at a time of crisis. The inequity of funding was evident. As a direct result, the DBA increased its advocacy to support from City Hall to address these concerns while continuing to flex into services to try and keep the wolf from the door of downtown in a time of crisis. For example, offering enhanced crime prevention grants for those businesses experiencing the negative effects of social disorder and working alongside the RCMP in the establishment of the downtown unit and providing an office free of charge at the DBA for the downtown unit to base themselves from. The bottom line was we needed change. Businesses were aiming their frustrations at the DBA. We are accessible and responsive with a role to advocate for our business community and downtown in general. Our challenge for some time now has been less supports available than ever before, lack of financial resources, and our staff hours combined were meant to be no more than 63 hours per week, but delivering so much more. It was and continues to be unsustainable. Plus, we're all battling and continuing to do so a growing community-driven negative downtown rhetoric.
Next slide, please. The DBA rallied. We brought forward all of these concerns to our colleagues at City Hall and elected officials. We wanted to work with our City Hall partners to identify a new funding model. Relying on a levy alone meant our business community were carrying the burden of downtown revitalization on their own. And the expectation from the business community was the DBA should be solving everything from the opioid crisis impact to social disorder and everything in between, when in reality, these are the responsibility of other orders of government, not the business community. However, we are the main point of contact for the business community, so their frustrations were aimed firmly at our door. And without the resources or mandate to address them, anything we were doing was not enough to effect change, and we were simply putting an ill-fitting Band-Aid on a much bigger wound. The DBA only represents businesses within the business improvement area that you can see up there on the screen in the grayed out area. It does not include social agencies, and the area is not reflective of the greater downtown footprint. The DBA continues to receive calls from non-BIA businesses looking for support, and we must turn them away, which leads to more dissatisfaction and a sense of abandonment, again, in a time of crisis. The area to be focused on needed to include all of downtown. So through these ongoing conversations, we had an opportunity to work again with our city partners and identify an alternative way to deliver downtown governance that was inclusive and responsive to current needs. Next slide, please.
The Downtown Governance Committee work. Through collaboration with administration and after a unanimously supported council decision as a result of the DBA's presentation to council with Manager Stannard on November 12th of last year, a Downtown Governance Committee was established consisting of downtown businesses, greater downtown businesses, not-for-profits, and community stakeholders who have an interest in downtown, with the objective of being to establish a new downtown governance model. The result was the identification of 6 core pillars, as seen on the screen now. These areas of work were not new to the DBA and reflected much of the work already being delivered, just without adequate resources behind it and funded solely by the business community. During the assessment of downtown needs, it confirmed the area of focus should encompass greater downtown and include representation from other organizations such as Tourism Red Deer, Chamber, and others. While relationships already exist, and strong relationships with those organizations, we are mandated to a certain board composition that only includes businesses operating within the BIA along with a council-appointed representative, while Downtown Governance Committee highlighted the need for a more structured partnership. Next slide, please. The DBA strategic alignment. Over the last few months, the DBA board and staff have been hard at work integrating the Downtown Governance Committee pillars into a strategic plan. The budget in front of you today reflects this intention and is focused on year 1 of a 4-year plan. Next slide, please. The pillar explanation. These pillars form the overarching objective of our strategic plan. From here, using our board team's first-hand knowledge of operating in the core, combined with the staff team's experience gained from being deeply embedded in the downtown community and chosen career path, we have developed a 4-year roadmap. In January, subject to the outcome today, the new board will formalize the KPIs for our CEO and develop a scorecard for community reporting to demonstrate year-on-year progress. Next slide, please. We have fully aligned ourselves with the Downtown Governance Committee work and recognize there is still more to do to get this model up and running, including ensuring we formalize our relationships with existing partners such as Tourism Red Deer, the Chamber of Commerce, and future partners, including the new Economic Development Organization, through a memorandum of understanding, identifying commitment to the downtown's objectives and what the roles and responsibilities are of each organization that contributes. We've chosen an MOU route rather than inviting these organizations to serve directly on the DBA board, as current BIA legislation dictates the board composition be BIA businesses only. This does not negate the option to invite our partners to be part of the board conversations or contribute meaningfully to direction. We also recognize that roles and responsibilities need to be formalized with our city partners, which we very much look forward to over time, to ensure we are true partners in every sense of the word. There's a fine line between supporting the downtown as a destination to thrive and providing business supports that allow them to thrive economically. Although they are symbiotic, some are more suited to being business funded rather than tax funded to ensure full community equity. With this in mind, we'd like to explore, with the support of the municipality and business community, expanding the BIA footprint to reflect the greater downtown area to fund these areas. We also recognize the BIA funding model and legislative purpose of a BIA under the Municipal Government Act is under review, and although we will not know the outcome of this provincial review until well into 2026 at the earliest, we will navigate this again with our city partners as it arises. We have the plan in the form of the pillars created by members of our community, aligned with the DBA board created strategic plan, and we now need to make it happen. Next slide, please.
Okay, so this brings us to budget. So you will note from the budget that you have in front of you and what you can see up here, we're proposing, as Brandon mentioned, a hybrid model. This keeps the BIA intact for the time being and allows the DBA to continue to offer support services to the business community that do not necessarily fall under the municipality's remit. For example, facade and shopfront improvement, crime prevention subsidies, business marketing to drive sales at key times of the year, our gift card program, and on top of all of that, it keeps us connected with the business community in a way that ensures they still have a voice at a municipal level, a voice that knows the downtown needs and challenges inside out. It recognizes the benefit to the business community and maintains their vested interest while acknowledging the burden of all downtown revitalization and actions required should not fall on the shoulders of the business community alone. It also includes $25,000 from DBA reserves to highlight our ongoing commitment to the mandate and any changes that we need to make internally. And finally, the $450,000 ask from City of Red Deer to start addressing the components that are not the business community's responsibility alone, the pieces that benefit every member of our community. Next slide, please. So on the expenses, there are three highlights here. Line 1, salaries and benefits, which means restoring our 2 key staff to full-time, the addition of part-time administrative support, and some professional development. Line 2, the increase in advertising and promotion to meet the directives of the new strategic plan. And line 7, placemaking and event attraction delivery. This is a new line created to meet the strategic objectives. It did exist in previous years. It's just included within other expenses at a lesser amount reflective of previous budgets. Okay, next slide, please. So just to recap on some of the 2025 highlights, it was another challenging year for both the downtown business community and the DBA, but we have continued to deliver in the best way we can. So we've had over 800 business interactions with BIA businesses to date. That's up until the beginning of November. This does not include the associated actions that arise from these initial interactions. 7 businesses have received funding from the DBA through the facade and shopfront improvement program and crime prevention subsidy, seeing recognized crime deterrence integrated and financial support to enhance the outward appearance of a property, plus supports to new members of the community in the form of business signage. We launched our gift card program in late April, and with only 6 months worth of data under our belt so far, we can confirm we've generated just under $10,000 worth of gift card sales through the program that will be spent directly in the downtown. This program continues to grow, and businesses are joining the program every single week. Our Mighty Activations and Experience Manager delivered a total of 95 DBA-led events this year, plus worked with 10 event organizers to offer funding and support as an incentive to bring or keep their events in the core and ensure the process of delivering an event in the core remains as easy as delivering one in a purpose-built location. Next slide, please.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, as we stand at this critical juncture today, the decision before you is not just about numbers on a budget sheet, it's about the future of our city. The choices we make today will shape the trajectory of our downtown and, by extension, the entire community. Our downtown is the heart of our city. We always say it. It's where businesses thrive, where culture and community converge, and where the pulse of our urban life beats the strongest. The challenges we face are significant, but so are the opportunities. By investing in our downtown, we are investing in a vibrant, prosperous future for all of our residents. The Downtown Business Association has been a steadfast advocate for our business community, adapting and evolving to meet the needs of our times. However, we can't do it alone. The support and partnership of our City Council are crucial to realizing our shared vision of a thriving downtown. This decision is about more than funding. It's about demonstrating our collective commitment to revitalizing our downtown, fostering economic growth, and enhancing the quality of life for everyone in our city. Thank you for your consideration and your dedication to the future of Red Deer's greater downtown. There's probably no questions, so we can go now, right? Yeah. We'll take questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You always bring such enthusiasm and energy into the room when the DBA comes in the door. Thank you. We appreciate that passion. Council, questions? A quiet bunch today. Oh, let me see. Councillor Goodwin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you both. Very informative. I appreciate it. If the funding is to go ahead and your projections based on, kind of feedback from other groups, do you have any sort of projections tied to that in terms of getting new businesses to fill vacancies? We're asking the city to invest, so there has to be return on that investment and needs to be kind of mapped out.
Through Mayor Jeffries to Council. Yes, a thriving downtown in itself will in turn generate economic prosperity. So what we are anticipating doing is working closely with the new economic development organization to establish what that looks like and how we can do that. I would be hesitant at this point to say we are going to do A, B, and C, simply because I would like to work closely with that organization to make sure that we are aligned and have got a clear sense of roles and responsibilities to establish that. But I would see that as part of the measurement and ongoing scorecard, if you like, of how we grow the downtown.
Thank you. And just a quick continuation, do you have the numbers of the increase in vacancy rate over the last few years so that we could get a sense of, this could be an improvement measure, it could be a stop the bleeding measure, that kind of thing?
Exact numbers today, no, but we do receive on a regular basis those stats as far as vacancy rates from our partner at Solomon's Commercial. I can tell you that year over year there's a bit of a misconception in the public that there is a mass exodus from downtown. Businesses do leave the downtown, but for multiple reasons. Some might be social disorder, but some are they've grown out of the space. There are typically, in the last few years, less vacancy rates in downtown than there are in North and South Red Deer, and rents are cheaper in downtown. So I think the DBA's role is to really be that voice and to help kind of subdue some of that perception with, of course, the help of our partners. So I hope that sheds a little bit of light.
Yeah, that's good for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Curtis.
Is it working now? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation too. I appreciate that. Wondering if you can tell us more about what the DBA does in respect to graffiti and crime prevention support.
Through Mayor Jeffries to Council. In terms of graffiti, we do remove graffiti from public property within the business improvement area. And then for our businesses as well, we offer free graffiti, I can't say the word graffiti for some reason, for graffiti removal products free of charge to our business community. And then on top of that, we also have established a relationship with a third party for cleaning graffiti off of any business areas that are too large for the business to address themselves, so they get a special rate and they can access that as well. So we do a number of different things there. There still needs to be more done. We also have a relationship with the Crime Prevention Centre, and some of the graffiti cleans that they've been doing, they have a couple that they focus specifically on the downtown, and we work with them by sponsoring that to ensure that the downtown remains a top priority, and provide them with some locations that need the most work.
Thank you very much. The murals downtown, are you still seeing quite a bit of graffiti despite the investment in the murals all over the buildings?
Through Mayor to Council. On the murals themselves, no. There seems to be a bit of an understanding that people do not tend to graffiti the murals. Plus the murals also have, many of the murals, not all of them, have a anti-graffiti coating on them so that they can be cleaned. It doesn't negate graffiti from happening on other areas though. They do just look to other areas to do that.
Thank you. And then just had a question about the rail yards needle debris. So I understand that falls outside of the BIA. So the DBA is still covering those areas despite it being out of the area?
Yes, it made sense for us to accept that contract from the city simply because we are set up to do those services in the BIA area. So we have a separate contract cleaning up those services, cleaning up that area through needle debris collection.
Okay, so if, say, the public or another not-for-profit contacts the DBA, they'll come and pick it up anywhere in the greater downtown area?
Specifically, we have an area that we are contracted to clean within that greater area that mainly focuses on the rail yards area. So that's the area that we go in specifically for that. But needle debris generally, if you're talking about the BIA, then yeah, absolutely we do that area. And then that highlighted area through the contract in the rail yards section.
Okay, so if there was needles, say, like in the Capstone area, that sort of area, the DBA would not cover those areas?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for right now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curtis. Councillor Tweedle.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you for coming to give the presentation, for the work you do. And you spoke pretty much what the DBA was formed to do. And you've gone way beyond that mandate, which I find a lot of social profit, nonprofit agencies, what they're originally formed for, they go way beyond that as needs arise, because they're trying to serve the needs of the people there. And I can understand how sometimes you're the front line for businesses to come to and say, all of this is not okay, and they want you to fix it. So kind of specifically, I'm wondering to the impacts you've seen both from the business's response and in the area since overdose prevention services were removed, the impact you've seen in the surrounding area.
Through Mayor to Council, I can speak anecdotally from the businesses. I don't have hard data. We don't record it other than the interactions we have with the businesses through the business interaction record that we keep. Yes, businesses have say at certain areas in the downtown they have seen an increase since that has closed because there isn't anywhere for them to go. Fortunately, we do have the RCMP doing a brilliant job with the downtown unit for sure, and we have our own ways that we can help businesses overcome that if they're seeing more activity outside their place of business through our crime prevention grants. But yes, anecdotally, I have heard certain areas are seeing more open drug use, but then certain areas are seeing less as well.
Thank you. And also just wondering, I know you battled the narrative from some people that you can't go downtown, it's not safe. Mm-hmm. And I would encourage folks, as someone who spends time on this, going to the businesses downtown and walking around City Hall Park in that area, that I have not felt unsafe. I'm grateful for that. So from your point of view, what message would you want to give people to try to invite them downtown?
Please come downtown and see for yourself. It's not bad at all. There are a lot of great businesses and there's great community down here, and everyone is so supportive and welcoming, and if we all just bought a coffee every week, everyone in Red Deer, it would make a huge difference to our downtown businesses.
Thank you.
Councillor Barnstable.
Thank you, Mayor Jeffries. My questions are more specifically going to be obviously to that grant in lieu, which is a massive shift in how things have been. The DBA has been we've been doing this and sort of going this way, and now this is a generational shift in ask. So my first question is if we can explain the grant in lieu, and is there anything that, from a city's perspective, that offsets that? Or is it just kind of a general ask of almost a $450,000 grant towards the DBA? How does it look in terms of if this were to get approved today? So I don't know if the city can answer that question, or maybe the DBA.
Just look around each other.
Through Mayor to Councillor Barnstable, so there is a grant for consideration in the 2026 budget as a result of a council resolution that happened earlier this year. And that value is $336,545. And that is a direct one-time withdrawal from our operating reserves.
And that is what is a portion of what the guess of what this number would have been? Is that what that was set up to do?
That was set at the last year rate. And they're whispering in my ear.
Yeah, I'm seeing head shaking, nose behind you. So.
Yeah. No. This was we're just going to make sure everybody's singing from the same song sheet here. Mm-hmm. So the grant was to basically offset the cost or the expense to the businesses. And so you'll see in DBA's budget, there's $125,000 levy still.
Yep.
And then they have proposed a higher grant than what we have included in our budget. But the intention, I believe, was for the same thing.
So when you say higher grant, which are you speaking to?
I think our earlier council resolution from the past council saw a one-time request of $336,000 some odd dollars to go to the DBA, given the changes in the BIA levy discussion. I think we had committed to that in our last term's council deliberations. I think that's where it's coming in.
So through the mayor, staff are just clarifying because there's a number of grants that go to the Downtown Business Association. So there's the levy, there's the environmental contract, there's the needle debris mitigation contract, there's some Ross Street patio. It's all listed on page 49 of the council report, and you'll see all of the City of Red Deer funds. So staff are just clarifying where the change would be in regards to the budget.
You need a minute, or are you okay?
We're okay. We're just going to get Manager Parkin to come and give it a different language so that we make sure we're all saying the same thing here.
Thank you. Welcome. Hello.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And first, let me start by congratulating you all. I haven't had an opportunity to see you since you've been elected and re-elected, so my congratulations to you. It's a pleasure to be here and work with you. I'll maybe just try to clarify. So when council provided the direction to include a grant for your consideration in the December budget that we're going to be looking at here in a couple of weeks, that was on the heels of providing the direction to bring a bylaw forward to disestablish the BIA. And so in anticipation of that bylaw potentially being successful, I believe council then directed us to say, so we'd also like an option in our 2026 budget to offset the typical BIA tax levy, which in 2025 was $297,000, plus there's an amount that we recover from the taxpayers for bad debt expense. We anticipated that around $20,000 or so. And then finally, the administrative costs that the DBA pays. So that 336 was included in the budget for that reason and in anticipation of that. So it's really not correlated to the budget that's being presented today from the DBA. It stemmed from something else altogether. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, just to maybe simplify what I'm looking at here. So if this budget were to be approved today, there would be an additional $450,000 ask in the 2026 budget. That this money that's been approved, the $360,000, whatever, that's not encompassing this at all. This would be an additional $450,000 on top of that number. Is that correct, or is that built in?
So that 336 has not yet been approved by council.
Right. Yeah.
So that's not approved. So there's nothing right now approved by council for grant funding to the DBA, just to be clear. So the 450, if you were to approve that today, that $450,000 would need to be funded one time or ongoing. I'm not sure what the ask is there, but that would need to be funded out of, and I would probably pass that over to Executive Director Hersina to talk a bit more about how that would look, but that would have to be funded out of the city's coffers in some way, shape, or form. In addition to that, we would still go out to the taxpayers based on the proposed budget and levy tax on the businesses within that BIA area of $125,000.
Which is a great transition to my next question. Why, if this ask is coming forward, why do we do a levy at all at this point? Because it sounds like where the idea is to shift to meet the needs of the whole downtown versus the greater downtown, and it seems like it's inequitable to still ask for a levy from some of those others when you're going beyond the borders anyways. And also I know with the levy there's an administrative cost, whereas with this grant in lieu there isn't. So the more we lower the levy, yes, it doesn't affect the businesses as much, but we're still having to do the same amount of administrative costs associated with it. So maybe your thoughts on why that was still included when, just your initial thoughts on that.
Sure. Through Mayor to Council. So a number of reasons. So first of all, coming forward with a $450,000 ask, we thought was pretty much the max that we should come forward with, number one, so we were trying to be respectful of an ask. Number two, if the BIA, you heard when Brandon was speaking that the board's intention is to actually expand, hopefully, the business improvement area to reflect the greater downtown. So if we were to eliminate that entirely and then go back to it, it's just an awful lot more work, and you're going from zero to something to starting over again. So it would make it extremely difficult, and we end up with a lot of negative conversations. So by reducing it, we're lessening the impact, but also those funds allow us to provide some of the services that are more business-based than some of the Downtown Governance Committee identified objectives, which are more municipal responsibilities.
And then these are great transitions to my questions I had written down. This is lining up nicely because you said about the DBA wanting to expand the map in the area. Do you have we don't have the authority to do you have the authority to do that with council's permission, or is that something that has to come forward with the disestablishment of the BIA? I'm just trying to understand that as well.
That has to come forward as a request from the businesses. So there has to be a certain percentage of businesses within the expanded area that agree to that before you can even consider it. So assuming we had that support from the businesses, then we would bring that forward for council consideration.
Okay. And then kind of on terms of Councillor Tweedle's question, with this new funding and additional funding, does this move you further away from what your original mandate was intended for? It sounds like it's taking you deeper into, you're not focused now on parking and beautification and the way the DBA was set up. Now there's a lot more social, there's a lot more impacts within that. Does this additional ask kind of take you further away from your mandate, or is it more focused on the beautification, the activity? I mean, I saw in in the budget there was an increase to activation, but there's also an increase to staff, increased administration. So does it take you further away from your mandate, or does it make you zone in on your mandate more?
I mean, you could argue it both ways, really. What we've done is taken the downtown governance committee's objectives and built them into our strategic plan. So a lot of those are a little bit deeper than we've been able to deliver. So yes, we're delivering what we need to deliver, and a lot of that still falls under the mandated 1, 2, and 3 that I mentioned earlier. But it just allows us to be resourced to be able to do them more effectively at the same time through the work that was identified by the governance committee.
I just have a couple more questions. My next question is more just in terms of how the discussion went when you built this budget. Was there conversation around the financial concerns and financial issues with the city as a whole? Did that come forward? I saw that it was voted unanimously by the board, but this is quite a large ask from a city that's already been struggling based on our last tax increase and the budget that just got released today. So was that part of the discussion at all?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're all aware that the city's budget is tight.
Yeah.
But when you look at it prospectively, the importance of our downtown and that governance, I'll put it to you this way. We're talking about, yes, a large chunk of change. The DBA for many years has been struggling because of, we've talked about the reasons. If I have to hear the word revitalization again, I'm going to freak out. But it's time to really do something about it. And ultimately, you know, we've had the conversation for the last 3-4 years with many people individually in this room, with many members of administration that, you know, enough is enough and it's time to really do something. And thank goodness back in November, we had a presentation, council approved this exploration process, and since then there's been really robust conversations around this horseshoe with administration about how we get there. The committee was struck, we've done all this great work. Our fear at this point is there's not an organization in place, nor will there be for some time, and that's no disrespect to administration or council or to anyone, it's just this is taking a long time. The DBA are experts in their field, and they've been doing the job that's expected of them for many years with literally no money and doing it for double the amount of hours than is expected. I'll give you an example. The North Pole stroll the other day. The DBA staff don't work Fridays. That didn't get pulled off just through volunteers. Like, these people are working their butts off and have been for many, many years with no support, and the businesses are angry. Our position is that there's not another organization ready to go and ready to take on the work that needs to be done to finally stop using the word revitalization in this city. I don't know if that 100% answers your question, but I needed to get that point across because now is the time. And the DBA, the board and the staff have yes, they've put some thought into what that number should look like, and I think the responsibility of using, you know, money from our reserves that are very low, continuing down the BIA route, as much as one of the first conversations that we had was that the businesses in our downtown should not be burdened with a tax for something that is meant to be enjoyed by our entire city, and something that's as important to our city's economic health as our downtown. That's what started this conversation. The DBA is poised to do that work. $450,000 seems like a lot of money, for sure it is, but you're going to get value for that dollar, for sure.
I appreciate the passion, and sorry if my questions are coming on hard.
Bring it on.
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to get a fulsome picture of it, and regardless, I know the DBA, like, you guys have been in a tough spot for a long time, and you have to ask for something drastic. So I fully get the ask. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the dollars for us as a city, which is my last question, which goes maybe back to administration, or maybe to the DBA. I'm not sure. If this budget does not get approved today, what are the next steps? Do the DBA go back? Do they create a new budget? What happens?
So, through the mayor, there are a number of options that council has. One, you can approve it as presented. 2, you could amend the budget and say, DBA, come back, or your budget is only going to be this amount. You could send them back to bring a revised budget back to council and provide some time frames around that. So those are some options. The piece with the Downtown Business Association is if council does not have a budget in place by December 31st, it does put their board in a awkward position in that they would only be able to spend the funds that they have rather than having any of these approved funds. And so it would be a tight turnaround to have the DBA budget back by December 16th, or you could approve a reduced amount today.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Something to say. Oh, yeah, I think.
Answer that.
We had a further comment.
You were prepared for specifically your question, Councillor Barnstable.
Awesome.
Appreciate you. If we don't have this support, the DBA folds. But the impact is far beyond the loss of this association. It affects the city's entire economic health and social fabric. Without a focused support on our downtown, it will decline further and businesses will leave or close as downtown deteriorates, risking the loss of high-density tax base. From a social perspective, if there are less businesses and visitors, there are also less eyes on the street, which increases the perceptions of crime and disorder and decreases civic pride. And then the gaps in service and focus will also mean the municipality will have to decide if it wants to fill the gap, and if not, what the community fallout will be of that decision. We don't know. So thank you for the opportunity to add that little piece.
Thank you. I'll turn the floor back to my colleagues.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brisbois, please.
Thank you, Mayor Jeffries. Thank you very much for your presentation. So just to, I guess, a comment first on the levy. I do understand why you'd want to keep a levy in place, and it makes sense because you're offering services to businesses that are specific to that area. You know, they're not offering services to businesses outside of that area, so it makes sense that there should be something at a reduced rate, but also understand that it's not, the businesses there shouldn't have to hold the whole brunt of it, because it's also a little bit about bringing events and that kind of thing back to the city. So I can appreciate the concept of switching to a grant in lieu. What I have a hard problem with is there's a few things. So one, again, a huge ask of us to approve before we have the budget discussions. And that's tough. And we talked about that would be a hard discussion or thing to me. And it's not insignificant. You know, we're looking at almost $500,000 in addition to what you had originally laid out. So I'm curious to know, what is the plan? Like, if there's not a like you have, Amanda, I can appreciate that you're saying that we're not unsure of what's going to happen through the Economic Council, that you can't make an absolute set. But then, if we don't have a clear plan in place, then how is the ask so solidified then for that amount?
Okay. Oh. Okay. For, Three Mayors Council. So you're essentially asking, what do you get for your money, correct? Okay, all right. So number one, a model that is focusing on achieving outcomes directly tied to the Downtown Governance Committee identified pillars. A strong model that serves the entire greater downtown rather than just the BIA, formally engages other community organizations that have a role to play in contributing to a vibrant downtown, and a partner that amplifies council's priorities, and a partnership that encourages joint identification of the KPIs and associated reporting to show progress and impact. So yes, there is still work to be done. We have a strategic plan. We have the bones of an action plan, but the KPIs and everything that goes with that will be established once we know what we're dealing with. We haven't got to that point because I simply don't have the time to work on it with the board doing my actual job if I don't know what the outcomes are going to be at this point. So we also wanted to be flexible enough so that we could establish them with the municipality and work together to create them to make sure that we're doing exactly what we need to do. If you're looking for examples of the type of thing that we would be doing, I can give you a few examples as well, because we do have those. We just haven't gone into, the minute detail at this point. So we know that the strategic plan is built around the downtown governance pillars. So a few examples of initiatives could be establishing and growing the themed districts, which requires identifying clusters of businesses, launching district branding campaigns, and supporting collaborative projects to boost participation and community spending. Scaling up some of our placemaking projects to increase visitor engagement, drive community pride, and increase foot traffic. topic. And one of the big things that we really want to do is to produce an annual State of Downtown report. This requires us to combine the data that we already collect as a DBA with that of the downtown dashboard that's been created by the city, identify any gaps by comparing to best practices from other communities, then working with our community partners to obtain missing data to deliver a comprehensive and credible and impartial report that can be used by community members and organizations to promote downtown and counter the negative rhetoric with evidence, also creating a measurable baseline for downtown performance, allowing us to track progress and impact annually. Many successful downtowns produce these type of reports, and we simply haven't had the chance to do this due to resources. And these are just a few of the examples, just to illustrate the kind of impact that we really want to have. But we also recognize at the same time that if we are lucky enough to get the council support that we're asking for, it may shape the final priorities. So we're also very prepared to work with admin and council to adapt our actions to meet shifting priorities.
Thank you. Because I do appreciate the events that are held down. I was there on Friday. It was a great turnout, lots of kids in the space, and any time that you can bring people downtown makes a lot of sense. It brings in foot traffic into the businesses down there and completely understand Centerfest as well and all these different events. With that, I would say that I would be in favor of more of a project-specific funding model, in which case then you do have, you still have your approved, to some extent, administrative budget, and so you're able to do the more day-to-day things, continue with your grants for that social support and work across the board. But with the coming in of the Economic Council and then also not quite sure what March is going to hold in terms of where that council is, I would say that, I would be in favor of looking at a reduced amount for the grant in lieu, so something in the range that keeps you whole from what it was last year. And so in that 150 to 170 mark, which would be then you would keep your budget the same as it was last year, and any additional funding that you'd be looking at could be project specific. I mean, we're facing some things around culture cuts and that kind of thing, and culture also is a huge piece of bringing people to the downtown. So is there an opportunity there to be able to collaborate with these groups that also experience some of those budget cutbacks, and just to ride out this wave for next year, and then we can come back and visit what we can do based on what is happening there. So I don't know if do I make an official motion then?
So we finish questions and
Perfect.
see where we land. Thank you. Councillor Cron.
Just wanting to understand timeline. It says before the election, my understanding is that we were pacing towards a disestablishment of the BIA vote to be held around March. Were we waiting for a bylaw to come back for that to make that happen, or where are we at for that? Because now they're talking about expanding it.
Yeah. Go to admin or standard maybe?
Now, through the mayor, you'll see on page 13 of the agenda for those wanting to look at the full timeline, but it was by April 30th, 2026 to have first reading of the bylaw to disestablish the existing BIA. And you'll see a report in that agenda that also talks about what does that mean, who can trigger that, and what does the bylaw need to entail. So that's also in your packages for you today. The piece is, and it is purposely put, is that you would have a report back in also, and by end of quarter one, that's end of March 31st, how the operationalizing of the downtown committee's work was going to look like. And that was purposely timed that way. So you would have that work in front of you, so then you could determine what that bylaw looks like and if council wanted to proceed with that at that point in time.
So that's a March discussion. We're in a today discussion for what to do with the DBA. If we're looking at a large grant in lieu, and humans are bad at predicting the future, but what do you think 2027 looks like? Assuming we go ahead with what your budget looks like now.
I wish I had through the mayor. I haven't been doing that. I apologize. Wouldn't it be great to have a crystal ball? this is kind of the biggest problem that we're having, not only as an organization, but I think when we're speaking about downtown, is that cart and horse are running away from each other at this point right now, because we've been having this conversation about a potential BIA disestablishment, and we don't know what the outcome of that is going to be. All of these discussions are revolving around what the next step for our city and for our downtown governance is going to be, and what we're saying today in a nutshell is that we're ready to not disestablish the BIA. We're ready to be that organization that takes the next step. We're ready to relieve council and administration of all of that work in order to figure out who's going to be the body to do that work. The DBA is ready to do that work. The DBA is ready to expand. The DBA is ready to hire more staff to be able to do the work that the Downtown Governance Committee has recognized needs to be done, which aligns with the visioning document that we created before all of this happened. We're ready to do that. I'll remind everybody that the Lethbridge DBA has 8 to 10 staff. They're our sister city. They have the bodies to be able to do the work. We're just basically looking to be an equal-sized organization that is committed and ready and willing to take on the work to do the things that our general community have recognized needs to be done to, dare I say it, revitalize our downtown. I feel like I'm simplifying it, but I'm at the leisure of being a citizen who can't be fired from his job right here, so I can be a little bit frank. I do think it's easy, and I know this is a huge ask, but I'll also state, like, we need to prioritize things. We talk about year after year as council and administration and citizens that the downtown is the heart of our city and the heartbeat of our city. Compare it to your house. Like, what do you prioritize in your budgets? You know, the heating and the food on the table put us, but we're part of your house. I don't know if I answered your question, but I got my opportunity. Thank you, Councillor.
To expand the BIA, I'm asking what the process for that would be. Is this a petition of all the businesses outside of it? Is this, we're holding a vote? Do you want to be part of this group or not? Or what would that reasonably look like?
So through the mayor, it is a very thorough process where you would have to put it to a vote to expand the business improvement area. And it has been done in the past, I want to say maybe 15 years ago, where there was incremental expansion of the BIA levy area. When it comes to the process, I don't know, Manager Parkin, if you want to add any more detail, but it is quite a legislated legal steps that you have to go through to do that. And Jared is here. Jared Macbeth is one of our city solicitors and would be able to answer that if you need more information on that. But it is a lengthy process where you have to give notice to all of the BIA properties that are impacted. There has to be a vote. It has to be advertised for so long. It is quite the process.
So my struggle in this is that we talked a long time about trying to move away from the BIA as a funding model for downtown, recognizing that we don't have a funding model for whatever expanded organization is going to be there, but to expand the funding model, we already explained that we don't like. And if it's up to a vote of businesses if they want to pay more tax or not, that becomes difficult, and we're hedging a lot on that vote. That's not a question. I'm sorry.
I was looking for the question mark on the end of that. Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you again. I have a couple quick questions that should fall in pretty reasonable order. Is this a one-time ask? And if it is, how are you going to manage next year and beyond?
Through Mayor to Council. Over the next year, as we work closely with administration to identify the roles and responsibilities and operationalizing the downtown governance committee's pillars, I would anticipate that being a conversation that we then progress with them about what that looks like, because we can't just rely, obviously, on the BIA levy to do that. There is always, in the whole establishment of the governance committee and looking forward to making, delivering that work, there's always been the intention to have the conversation about what the funding model looks like, and we haven't completed that yet. That's still ongoing. So what we're proposing right now is a solution to start the work. Let's not wait another year. Let's start the work. We've been waiting for years to get to this point. Let's start it, make some progress, start doing it, and work out some of those things in the background while we're actually delivering the work and making a difference.
Okay, thank you. I'll paraphrase a little bit that it will ultimately result in more asks year over year. We just can't quantify that yet. So I really like Councillor Brisebois' suggestion of kind of a project-based, because it's, again, for me, more quantifiable. Here's what the ask is, here's what the deliverable is at the end of it all. This is probably more of a question for administration. What is the tax income from businesses as a hard dollar and as a percentage of our tax income?
Downtown businesses?
Downtown, thank you, yes, downtown businesses. Thank you, Mayor.
So through the mayor, you're talking about not just the levy, but the overall tax assessment base from the downtown?
Correct.
Okay.
Trying to assess
Manager Parkin.
Yeah, try to perhaps assess the density, right? And the impact of the density.
Yeah, because it all plays into what is the eventual outcome that we can possibly picture, because I have another question.
Mm-hmm. Through you, Mayor, I don't have at my fingertips the assessed value in the downtown of property in the downtown. One thing I want to make really clear here is we're talking about potentially two different taxes. When you talk about the assessment base in the downtown, there's the property tax that gets paid on that assessment base in the downtown, which forms, a part of our overall property taxation that funds our operating budget. When we talk about the BIA, we're talking about a business tax. So that's not a tax on the property. It's not a tax that's paid by the property owners. It's a tax paid by the businesses. And potentially there's more than one within a building within the downtown. So if you could just maybe clarify those numbers that you're looking for there so that we can get you the right numbers.
Absolutely. Where I'm going with this is I want to be able to quantify the potential benefit to the taxpayer. When we talk about a clean and safe downtown, we talk about profitable downtown. And one of the things that I don't know that people often think about is if we have a really strong tax base from businesses, we can lay off of residential. We can ease back on them a little bit. So if we're talking, and again, I go back to Councillor Brisebois' thinking, where we say, okay, here's the quantifiable amount, and then what's the quantifiable return? So what I'm asking for is in that Downtown Business Association, how much money did we bring in business tax aside from this? Because this improvement could very well drive increases in that.
So through the mayor, if I could, just to make sure that I'm clear on this, through the business tax, the BIA tax, in 2025, we collected $297,000 in business tax from those businesses within the downtown business area to fund the BIA activities related to the DBA.
Carry on, sorry.
So again, I just want to be really clear here, but those came from properties that would also pay property tax, or the property owners would pay property tax on those properties that the businesses reside in and pay their business tax in. So you're talking about the property tax related to, you're looking for the property tax assessment related to the BIA area.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, and so I just heard some of those businesses are empty. And that ends up being the goal, is we make a better, stronger downtown. Because, thank you for leading into my next question, is do we know if the vacancy rate went down by 20% of what it is now, what that looks like in the city's coffers? Like, we're talking about the bigger picture and the next, second and third order consequences, where if we do a good job of this, we do lower the requirement of a tax base for the people in the residences. And that's where I'm trying to establish what to make it understandable to the folks who also pay the bills. I'm done.
So through the mayor, we don't have the number right away, but we
look at it,
can
though.
get a number for you, Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I have that one on my list as well, so thank you. Councillor Baruma.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm just at the bottom of page 13 in our agenda, and with the timelines, and we've had some discussions with regards to that. As we're going through this transition, I'm just wondering how we're managing expectations. And I would ask City Manager, as we take a look at some of those milestones and the further milestones, can you provide a sense in regards of how some of those transitions will be made? We have an assumption from the Downtown Business Association that they are well positioned to be the organization to do that. But is that a given, or how would that be established? And then when we take a look at the greater business improvement area, that will be growing, and how will there be self-determination on there? So to me, we're talking a number of scenarios, but I'd like to have a managing of expectations here.
Now, through the mayor to council, we engaged the Greater Downtown Community Group, governance group, to do this work. They came back with a report. It was a high-level report. And staying true to that process, I believe, is important to all of the citizens and business owners that engaged in that work. And we have committed that we would look at how do we make this happen from a logistics or operational point of view, based on the recommendations they provided. And so I would like to stay true to that process that we engaged those citizens in. When it comes to the timing of everything, if we had these magical timepieces, we could go back in time and then forward in time, it would be much easier. But we have a DBA budget that has to be approved. So they need a budget to be able to go forth and do their work in 2026 with all of these unknowns that are in the world right now. There is a way to move through this where an administration had anticipated a proposed budget. And that's what we've put into the 2026 budget. So council, you could put forward today a reduced amount of the budget that matches that amount. Now, council, your budget does fluctuate. So if after we get all of these reports and we hear the information that comes from that process, council, you do have always the ability to amend your budget or to provide one-time project-specific work or a grant or something. And so you could do that at a later point in the process. What that means, though, is it's not coming off the tax base. It would need to be one time, and you would then do it through your operating reserve tax supported, which is your appropriate source for one-time projects. But that would be a way to get some budget to the DBA, see what this all comes in and what it looks like, so you have the full picture, and then potentially you could revisit, depending on what that looks like, a grant for some of the work that the DBA is proposing in their budget today, or you could have projects that are in that way. But we don't know at this point in time what that is all looking like, but there is expectations of change, and that's why we went through the process, and there was a number of things identified with the BIA levy as well that was not working. And to expand that levy just expands the area where it would have some of those same concerns. So I think staying true to the process is what I would recommend.
So again, at the bottom of page 13, by April 30th, we'd like to have a first reading on a bylaw for the disestablishment of that. I'm not sure what the time frame would be for an actual vote should that bylaw pass in terms of being there. And again, I'm just asking the question, should there be an interest in the disestablishment of the business improvement area, then would that mean the termination or the ending of the Downtown Business Association partway through our tax year? So I'm looking, again, managing expectations, and through this transition, I think that's important for the Downtown Business Association themselves, but also for our business community and understanding that, particularly those outside of the current business improvement area. And those are my comments too.
So one key point, Councillor Bruma, before I turn it over to staff, is that if there is a vote taken and the BIA, it says we don't want this anymore, the DBA, as we would know, would have to cease to exist. That wouldn't just happen on that moment of the vote. There could be a 8-month timeline to that. So if the vote was taken, and this is not, say, June 1, the vote would say for the DBA, if this is disestablished, the DBA would then be finished by whatever point. It could be a year from there. It does not mean that there is not another organization or a reinvented DBA that is put in place. It's just not funded by one of those components, which is only $279,000 at this point in time. So all these conversations are to come as to what the proper process would be, and understanding that we have an organization that has been doing great work. And so it's how it's set up versus the work it's doing. Those are those legal logistics in behind the scenes that need to be taken care of. Other questions I missed within your question, Councillor Baruma. Manager Parkin.
Manager Parkin has an answer.
Through Mayor Jeffries to Councillor Bruma, once first reading of a bylaw has been passed, so in essence, council initiates or triggers a vote of disestablishment, we have 90 days legislatively to hold that vote. So legislative services would conduct a voting process of the taxpayers within that area within 90 days. To Manager Lodewick's comments, it would take some time. We're talking about the wrap-up of an organization, because if the vote to disestablish is successful, the DBA as an organization does cease to exist and needs to be wound up. So the operations of that organization would need to be wound up. We would probably be looking to do that in conjunction with a calendar year, just because of the tax levy and contracts and leases and things like that. It would probably make the most sense to do that based on a calendar year. So we would probably be looking at a December 31st wrap up.
And if that were to take place, they would continue, likely the Downtown Business Association would likely continue to operate till the end of that year? Or would it be, I guess I'm just looking in regards to potential funding that's provided and within fiscal years and pieces.
It's a little bit preliminary to say that now that you're getting into the details of that. It could be sometime prior to the end of the year, just in order to wrap things up. But we haven't laid that out yet. We haven't gotten into that level of detail. But there is a possibility that they would cease to operate before the end of the year in order to have everything wrapped up by year end.
Yeah, and not wanting to be pessimistic, it's just a matter of if we're taking a look at what the processes are going to be and where they are, I think it's important, again, managing that expectation of what those possibilities are. So thank you very much. That's helpful information.
Thank you. Councillor Curtis.
Amanda, I just want to say I sympathize. I know what it's like to be on the other end as working in the not-for-profit sector and trying to be innovative and speaking to your funders and trying to get them to understand where you're coming from. So I'm sorry, and I can feel that. I'm personally having difficulty understanding the difference between the DBA, the Downtown Governance Committee, and the recommendation to form another funded committee. Is there overlap? Can somebody speak to that?
Manager Stannard, please.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor Jeffries, to Councillor Curtis. The recommendation of the committee, I'll read it to you, of the Greater Downtown Governance Committee is the committee recommends a new governance body with leadership that's aligned, empowered, and built to deliver. They proposed a model that includes the public sector to provide stability and long-term vision, the private sector bringing speed, innovation, and results, and the community to keep the work grounded in real needs. So the vision of the Greater Downtown Governance Committee is that there would be an overarching body to do the work that I just talked about, and then we would have partners and key stakeholders that would operationalize tactics, and they would see organizations that do that on the ground work as part of that overall vision.
So is this overarching body, are they funded as well? And the DBA uses funding to basically carry out those priorities?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor Jeffries, to Councillor Curtis. We're still determining what that funding could look like, but that was a request of council, is to come back to at the end of Q1 to give a good idea of how that work would be funded. And then it's a possibility that stakeholders in the community would then receive funding from that overarching body.
Okay, thank you. And just my other colleagues here had mentioned possibly project-based funding. If that were the case, where would the DBA start? Would they focus on one pillar?
Thank you. It would depend what the project identified by City Council was or administration was through the Downtown Governance Committee pillar work, where we would start if it was project specific.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brisbois.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, just to reiterate, we all know that you guys do great work, so don't take any of these comments and whatnot. I think that you're sensing that there's options and there's also just a lot of uncertainty coming forward. So bear that in mind for the rest of whatever the outcome happens to be. I just want to just make sure that administration caught what Councillor Goodwin had requested, because there's actually see that there's two parts to that. So there was the tax that is being generated from the property itself, which may or may not be the business owner. So there's that as a KPI to be able to see, is there more vibrant, is that tax income from those businesses increasing at all, or what does that look like? And then also, how many numbers of businesses are open downtown, I guess would be your second metric, just to see, what is that vibrancy, and are we on this positive trajectory to improving the downtown? So I just wanted to clarify that piece.
Thank you. You have a comment, City Manager?
Now, through the Mayor, I just want to clarify, because we've had some issues in the past on businesses open versus some of the other ways we can track some of that information based on what we as a city track versus other mechanisms. So Manager Parkin, I'm just going to get her to speak to that. Before I throw it to her, though, I want to note one of the issues with the BIA funding is a lot of it is based on a handful of large paying businesses that pay a very large levy. And then you have the minimum that is really paid by the majority of the businesses in the BIA. And one of the risks is that you have some of our large, I call them anchor tenants in the downtown. If they weren't to pay their BIA levy, it really drops it significantly. So you have all of that revenue really based on a handful of properties, and the rest are paying the minimum. So wanted to make sure that point was known. Manager Parkin.
Good point.
Through Mayor Jeffries, if I could just add to that for us to answer the business question, it might not be the answer that you're looking for, because when we count businesses for the purposes of taxation, that can and is different than for the purpose of business licenses or the actual number of functioning businesses. And we've had this conversation in the past. It gets a little bit confusing. For the purposes of taxation, we don't tax subtenants. And so there could be more businesses than the number that we are counting because of the way that legislatively we have to identify them as a taxable business. So I caution on that. It's also, we don't have a perpetual inventory on that. So unlike property taxes, where we've got the land titles office, and those changes are coming through to us every 2 weeks, we know when businesses when properties are changing hands and those types of things, that information is up to date within, well, however current land titles is. When it comes to the businesses themselves in the downtown, we actually have to physically send our assessment team out door knocking downtown once a year. It's a massive effort to figure out what the assessment role is for tax purposes for those businesses. And so we only do that once a year because it's a lot of work and it's all manual. And then we keep it up as best we can throughout the year based on business licenses and businesses notifying of moving in, moving out. But we know it's far from perfect.
Thank you. I see Councillor Goodwin. Do you have a supplemental?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to lie, I kind of struggle with that answer a little bit because the downtown business core is a substantial source of income for the city of Red Deer. And to hear, we're not exactly tracked, or I know you end up with the right number at the end of the year, but to hear that we're not really on that on a regular basis is business-wise a little tough for me to keep governance as opposed to operations, you know what I mean? But in the meantime, what I'm really looking for is I don't particularly care how you quantify it. You could do it in 3 columns or whatever, but if things work, what's the improvement that we're going to see to the income of the city of Red Deer? That's really the main point of what I need to know. Because, again, this is a big ask, and again, with the uncertainty that's been mentioned, we need to quantify it in order to make it understandable to the taxpayers for us to say this is a new ask. So that really, I don't even mind if we talk about it offline, and I can sit down and, kind of help guide based on what your recommendations are. So,
thank you. I think that gets us to the end of the questions, although I do have a few of my own. And some of them overlap a little bit with what some of my colleagues have asked. I just want to go back to the downtown tax generation because in a perfect world, maybe not currently in our downtown, I would think that the density within the downtown would generate a higher per square foot, if that's the unit of measurement, tax revenue than other areas in the city. If you did a heat map of where our taxes are generated from, hopefully the downtown core generates a higher hotspot than other areas in the downtown. That's the kind of thing I'm thinking about when I'm in that space. So I'm curious about that. I'm also, in addition to that, I'm wondering about what our spend has been in Capstone as far as promoting downtown beautification or Capstone beautification, programming, all of those kinds of things. And then it's a bit of a hypothetical question, perhaps, but I wondered how the $450,000 ask might compare to what we think the new governance model, whatever it might be, the entity, how would that $450,000 compare to what we think might come out? And I don't think we probably have the answer to that at this point. Am I making you a list of questions and you wish I'd go one at a time? I'm getting, okay. The other thing I need clarification on is the $336,000 and some odd dollars. if I'm following the dots correctly, that is currently a placeholder in our proposed budget coming before council in 2 weeks, so in a week, whatever that December 8th date is. So that is currently built into what we've seen so far. Okay, just wanted to be clear. And then can someone talk to me about the timing of, I'm having trouble squaring the circle, if you will, around the timing of this ask in conjunction with the governance model. And I appreciate the enthusiasm that the DBA has come forward with, trying to align their pillars to the work that was laid out in that governance work. I'm just like, oh, but wait, who requested you to be the one to take on that space? Like, I'm feeling, not that you've done wrong, but I'm thinking the governance committee itself didn't say, hey, DBA, could you go ahead and do that? Because we need someone to do that. So I'm feeling a little bit of a, where's the, and it's not really ownership, but where does the driving force come from on that? So are we pushing ahead of the work? It may land in that space anyway, but I wonder a little bit about the logistics and the cart and the horse kind of pieces. Can someone help me think through that? So many questions, I know. I was going to go one at a time until I didn't.
Thank you, Mayor Jeffries. That's impressive. I just want to manage expectations in terms of what we can answer today and what we might not be able to.
I appreciate if those come later.
Yes,
highlighting some of that.
And so I do want to just start by saying funding in our downtown from a city perspective can come from multiple sources. So for instance, in Capstone, we have land bank funded a few things, which is a reserve of councils, in order to reach outcomes that are in our economic development portfolio. In our downtown, we've supported it through whether it be ORTS or even ongoing funding through our granting process, wherein competitively grants are sourced for outcomes, not necessarily agencies. And so the DBA has, in some cases, been positioned strategically, unlike any other, and so gets, for instance, our needle debris contract, wherein, and there's other things that happen for Ross Street patio, crime prevention, murals, all of these things that the city can do from multiple different funding sources. All of that to say they're in service to outcomes that council prioritizes year over year. So when we compare Capstone funding to downtown spending, there is a significant investment in our downtown on Ross Street as well as Little Gates 15-ish years ago, where that was a real priority to make it walkable and add pedestrian safety. So when you ask those questions, Mayor, I just want you to clarify, if you could, in search of the outcome in terms of the priority that was set, or just straight up funding to Capstone? Do you want it compared to downtown, greater downtown, BIA downtown?
Thanks for that request for clarification, because I was more thinking about programming money, or money to activate spaces versus the downtown. I voted on all of those capital improvements in the downtown core 15 or so years ago, and I appreciate all of them. And I also appreciate the investments that have been made in Capstone. But mostly I'm like, so if you're a business in the downtown versus a business in Capstone, is there some equity in what we're taxing the whole city for in order to contribute to that space? So, and those answers can come later. They're just things that I'm looking at, particularly heading into budget. So. Council, any more questions? I'm going to call a 5-minute-ish, 7-minute break, and then we can come back if I'm getting a sense that there's some wiggly people in the room. Yes, we need them. Yeah, thank you. Okay, council, let's go back to work. You didn't even get there, did you? Okay, council, I'm looking for anyone that's, if you've got a direction you'd like to head, Councillor Brisbois, you'd indicated perhaps putting forward a motion. Give that a try. Councillor Barnstable, sorry. I don't know.
I can start and then...
Go ahead, you're already
you
talking.
Want to amend mine. So yes, I'd like to put forward a motion, the resolve that Council of the City of Red Deer, having considered the report from Legislative Services dated November 24th, 2025, regarding the Downtown Business Association annual budget, hereby agrees that the proposed 2026 Downtown Business Association budget be amended by reducing the city grant by $450,000 to $150,000, and that the 2026 Downtown Business Association budget be approved as amended. So, and I don't know if you need a preamble or if that's clear.
Alicia, you've got the wording on that from before, or you're making it up? While we're waiting, can I just get clarification on what the number, it was 176, what the levy, the difference between...
Yeah, it would basically bring them whole.
Would bring them whole at 150?
There's, I mean, there arguably some areas within the operations that I'm sure that they can look at to more or less be whole.
Thank you. And so that would be moved by Councillor Brisbois, seconded. Well, let's see what we get up here. Oh, my system's timed out. Great. Thank you very much. So that's moved by Councillor Brisbois. Councillor Barnstable, did you want to tag in on that? Is that?
I have a motion that's similar that we could maybe amend, Councillor Brisbois, but it is significantly different in some ways, but it's similar to her intent. So I'm not sure if it'd make more sense to put forward the amendment that includes what mine has, or if it's a competing motion to which we would vote on this one instead. But basically, that it was changing also the what the DBA is asking for a levy from the businesses as well, and it was a lesser amount than what Councillor Brisbois is suggesting for the grant in lieu. So I'm not sure how we proceed,
okay.
But City Clerk has mine all written out. So
why don't you read yours for the benefit of the rest of the council?
Can't have two things
hear
on the
it.
floor.
yeah, yours is on the floor.
No, I don't have a seconder on Councillor Brisbois yet. Now I do. Councillor Curtis has seconded. Okay. Yeah, so now you could move an amendment, or if you think it's contrary, you could see where this one goes.
It's just the amendment is significant, but I guess I'll put forward an amendment and then we can go from there. That might work.
I'm sensing a need to just clarify what the $125,000 levy, I think, that was covered off in the DBA budget. Can someone speak to that number and the reason why or how?
Through the mayor, I had a clarity question.
Okay.
And it was just to Councillor Brisbois' motion. Just to be clear, that there are multiple funding sources inside this budget, and so Councillor Brisbaugh is suggesting that the grant in lieu be 150 and that the levy remain as it's projected for a total revenue in those two lines of 275.
That's right, and everything else would stay the same as indicated.
Okay, that's clarification you needed. Okay, thank you. Councillor Barnstable?
I'll just wait for administration to bring up my amendment.
Okay.
While they're bringing it up, it brings the overall revenue to the DBA $25,000 higher.
Okay.
It's a less of an ask from the grant in lieu by $50,000 from what Councillor Brisbaugh put forward, so it's $100,000. And it asks to increase the business improvement levy from their proposed budget of $125 up to $200,000. So it's $25,000 more revenue for the DBA than what this puts forward, but it's also more of an ask from the levy of the business as well.
So if we, just on a point of clarification on that, if we wanted to increase the amount of the DBA levy that we would seek in the upcoming year from the 125 to 175?
200,000.
200,000. What would the process be for that? And I don't know where the 125 came from. I think it was a discussion in the last council's term. Maybe the DBA knows, I don't know. Yeah. Came from the council's discussion? No, came from the DBA board. Okay. So it is possible to do that, feasible. Okay.
I don't want to get into comments because it's not on the screen yet, but it is still a 33% reduction from last year's budget levy.
Even with the increased ask on the levy to 200,000. Is that
still a 33% decrease from 2025 budget.
Thank you. Feels like we're trying to deal with two similar things at once. Just Tiddamore.
I know you're waiting for it on the screen.
Yeah.
Just so that I'm clear here, the amendment would be $200,000 levy, $100,000 grant in lieu for a $300,000 revenue in those two lines.
Say that again, sorry. The three.
$200,000 from levy, $100,000 from grant in lieu for a total of $300,000 in those two lines.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think it works as an amendment. It's not, as a proposed amendment. I don't think it's contrary. It's just a different way of doing things and upping the funding a little bit. Okay. Okay. We have a proposed amendment by Councillor Barnstable. I do need a seconder on the proposed amendment. Councillor Cron, thank you very much. Okay, Council, questions or comments on that? Maybe Councillor Barnstable, you'd like to make a few comments.
I'll speak to it. One thing that I've said that we have not mentioned yet in this entire discussion, which we have every other time the DBA has brought this budget forward, is once again a downloaded responsibility of taking on what the province historically has always funded. And they have always been the funders for the DBA until the last number of years, where now it's another area where the city is asked to step in on what the province was expected to fund in the long term. So again, we keep seeing this over and over and over again in other budgets, and it's a struggle when the onus keeps coming back to us. And we as a city, we care. We care about the DBA. We care about organizations that want to keep moving forward, but the ask keeps coming back to either our taxpayer or our reserves. Those are the two places we can pull from, and really the two are the same. So what this does is that it shows that we're still a partner. We're still putting money in the game. We're still approving the grant in lieu of $100,000, which I still struggle with, even the fact that of where our current budget is going forward, to still have that ask coming forward. And what it does in the overall term, if you look at the total revenues on page 49, that it's obviously not going to get to that $928,000, which was requested, but it does still give them a $651,000 revenue that can be, it's still $110,000 higher than what was in last budget, which I know with the things the DBA wants to do, that's not enough, but it gives them some staying power in the game to keep doing what they did in the last year at the very least. So I know this doesn't give them what they want, but it does show a willingness to partner from the city. It does ask a little bit higher from the businesses with the levy, but at the same time, it still is a 33% reduction of what they were asked of last year. So I think it balances a bit of both. I can't, knowing where our budget is at, knowing what the ask is, and it got released today to the public, to add in a $450,000 ask, I just can't get there. And even 150 I would struggle with. I'm still struggling with 100, I'm not going to lie. But it does show us partnership, and it helps the DBA at least stay viable for the foreseeable future and being able to continue to work, that they do the good work that they do. So I'm asking my colleagues to consider this, to think about it, and hopefully it's something that can be approved in the fact that, we'll see where it lands. I'll just turn that over to my colleagues to have their questions and comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curtis.
Mayor Jeffries, to add to my colleague's comment there, my understanding a big loss of the revenue for the DBA is because of provincial buildings no longer paying into the levy. So I'm not sure if the public is aware of that, and I just want to mention that in comments. Something else I want to ask, through discussion here, it was brought to my attention that the needle debris pickup only occurs in the rail yards and the downtown area. I'm concerned about Capstone not being included in that. I'm not sure if that can be amended. My understanding it's a provincial contract, so.
Sorry.
Sorry if I'm not following process.
It's okay. We're in comments on the amendment.
Okay.
We can get an answer to that question.
Thank you.
And it would require another discussion anyway. So, Councillor Goodwin, did you get all your questions, Councillor?
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Your comments, rather. Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you both for the resolutions and amendments. I agree. I think that this is, as you say, sharing the effort still at the same time. What is the process for us as a council, or perhaps you as mayor, to go back and talk to Minister Williams and start, because Councillor Curtis mentioned that this is generally a provincial thing, and we should also very strongly commit to at least setting up times to talk to our provincial, funders, benefactors, and go after these things in a very logical and yet aggressive manner.
Thank you. It is an issue that has been raised with ministers as recently as last week in our meetings at AB Munis. So it's on our radar screen. I would say there are definitely bigger files that we would advocate on, but it's definitely been raised. Councillor Barnstable spoke to it last week. So.
Okay. Overall, I'm in support of this particular pathway.
Thank you. Councillor Brisbois.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate that we know that this is an ideal for the DBA, that things are in tough times for sure, and I would just like to restate that there is other options available as we go into next year and as things settle out, and so considering project-specific funding for events to bring people downtown would be looked at favorably, so just to keep that in mind.
Thank you very much. Council, I'm not seeing other comments. I would take that to mean we're ready for the vote. Moved by Councillor Barnstable, seconded by Councillor Cron. Please vote in favor of the amendment or not. Vote now. Thank you, Council. That amendment succeeds, and that will take us back to, I don't know, now does that change our main motion? Original motion as amended. We'll get back there. I think that captures the amendment that we've made. Councillor Barnstable?
Thank you, Mayor Jeffries. I was looking for that last line, which I now see, because obviously with the revenues amended, the budget's going to have to be resubmitted with a change in their expense lines as well. So I wanted to make sure that that was caught, because they can't have that the same amount of asks with the reduction in revenue. So that's been addressed. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, Council? I will just say, I too share in the frustration that the DBA might feel today, and they're in a difficult spot. At the same time, for me, we're in a little bit of a transitional phase, and so to go further with a bigger ask at this point in time, I think is a little premature. Having had a look quickly at our budget coming forward to Council, I'm also concerned about where we're at on that front. And hope that as the year progresses, we'll find some other answers as we go through the business improvement area levy discussion and the governance discussion and the ad hoc economic development. I almost couldn't say that today. As those pieces come together, I think, so in my mind, this is a holding place. And I recognize the DBA's been in a bit of a holding place for probably too long, but we need to get some of those other things ironed out before we commit to something we don't know about at this point. So thank you very much for the work on the resolutions, Council, and I'll call the question. Oh, sorry. Councillor Tweedle, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I fully agree we need to show that we're still involved in this. I cannot support this simply because I cannot justify going backwards from what our initial offer was going to be of $150,000. I realize jumping to $450 is very steep, and I share Councillor Barnstable's strong feelings about continual downloads. And I really wish that if we were just like trying to make a point, which previous councils tried to make many times, that this isn't okay, that people would course correct, and they haven't, and it's extremely frustrating. I just look at what I mentioned earlier about the DBA, that they've gone well beyond their mandate, and to me it's not like they're trying to take on work they shouldn't do. It's they have done things that had to be done. And I want to respect that. And so as much as I realize we can't, going into budget week, go to 450, it pains me to see it go from what we initially walked into this room at 150 at. So that's the only reason I can't support it. But again, thank you to the DBA for their presentation, for all that you continue to do, not just for businesses, but the community as a whole.
Thank you. Councillor Curtis.
I just want to thank the DBA for their work, covering the areas that they have been and going above and beyond. And I realize this isn't what they had originally hoped coming into this room. Like my colleagues, we're going into budget season, and then we're not sure what the Downtown Governance Committee ad hoc is going to look like going forward. So I'm hoping that this gives a little bit of peace of mind until those other pieces come into play. So thanks again.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brisbois, did you have any comments for closing? No. Okay, thank you very much. Council, with that, I'll call the question. Please vote. And it pops up. Thank you very much, and thanks to our DBA friends for being here. I know you'd hope to go out on a different note, but we'll continue to work together to find the best solutions. Okay, Council, we are now down to an adopted capital cash flow item 4.3. Right near the end.
All right, Council, we're on to the last page, which is 58 of your Council agenda, and you'll see there is a 2025 adopted cash flow statement. This isn't a new budget request, and it was at the Audit Committee on September 17th. The chair, or the newly elected chair, and who was the chair last time, will be able to speak to some of this as well. But we're required to do this to meet some of the requirements under the MGA, but as well as the public sector accounting standards. And we need to do this so that we can prepare this information to give to our auditor and be transparent with our financial public transactions is why we bring it to council first. So with that, Mayor, Chair Barnstable may have some additional comments.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barnstable.
Thank you, Mayor Jeffries and City Manager. There's not much to add on in terms of what was discussed at the Audit Committee. The discussion was pretty brief. As you stated, this is one of those MGA requirements. One thing that I've learned a lot about in the Audit Committee is the PCAs, or now I forgot exactly what that term is, you just listed it, but the accounting standards basically is what it is, and we have to spend a lot of time on that. And someone who is not an accountant, but it's great to have the public members that we have on the Audit Committee that can speak to some of those. But these are just pieces that have to go forward to make the adjustments so our external auditors can make sure they have the correct numbers. So not a lot to add to the discussion other than this is one of those MGA requirements that just shows the adjusted numbers that need to move forward. I think in past we have had this on consent agendas. I could be wrong, but maybe just a thought about how it was in past council resolutions. So not much to add. I'm sure there might be a couple questions, but no, it's pretty clean cut.
Thank you very much. Is it PSAs? Public Sector Accounting Standards, maybe? Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify for the record for those who are either watching or going to read this after the fact that this represents, no change in the borrowing consistency. This represents no change. And I just would like to get a clear statement from somebody in administration for the citizens of Red Deer that does adopting this cash flow budget change any project priorities, schedules, or total project budgets, or is it strictly timing and report adjustment?
Through the mayor, it does not change any of those things you mentioned, and this is strictly for reporting requirements under the MGA and PSAS.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, Council? Can I get a motion to approve? Thank you, Councillor Barnstable and Councillor Goodwin. Any further discussion, Council? All those in favor? Oh, did you want to comment, Councillor Barnstable? Okay.
Here can tell me whether to...
Let's hear it. I'm curious now.
No, it wasn't. It's PSAS, PSAS, which is Public Sector Accounting Standards. That's those are the abbreviations that we need to pay attention to in the Audit Committee. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm familiar with that one.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'll call the question, Council. You just wanted to say PSAS. And there's PSAB, that's right. Okay, I think that brings us to the end of our public agenda, if I'm on the right page. Motion to go to closed to continue the discussion that we didn't quite get finished before lunch. Just do that manually. Okay. All those in favor, council? Oh, a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Cassandra Curtis and Councillor Curtis, gosh, and Councillor Baruma. All in favor? None opposed? Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back, Council. Coming out of our closed session, we do have a resolution coming forward. Look for a mover and a seconder when Councillor Barnstable, I suppose you'd move that, eh? Council, any questions, comments on the proposed resolution? Councillor Barnstable, did you want to speak to this in any way? No, you're okay. Council, it looks like there's no more to be said. I'd call the question. All those in favor and any opposed, please vote. Thank you very much, Council. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Councillor Cron, Councillor Goodwin, thank you very much. I got hands up all over the place. Thank you. All those in favor? Anybody opposed to adjourning? Thank you.